4-2-3-1 formation, and they haven't made those wholesale changes following a disappointing loss at home to Burnley last time out. Kenny Tete returns in defence for Timothy Castagna, whilst Bobby de Cordova-Reid is in for Harry Wilson. Well, Jimenez serves the second of his 3-game ban following his red card against Newcastle 10 days ago, with Rodrigo Muniz continuing to lead the line. It's Ledo in goal, back forward Tete, Adada, Bayoyo, Bassi and Robinson, Palhinha and Kearney just in front in midfield, de Cordova-Reid, Pereira and Arobi alongside Muniz, who is that sole striker. One other Premier League game to bring you at 3 o'clock this afternoon as Sheffield United take on Luton Town. You can listen to live commentary of that one elsewhere from Bramall Lane. Big game at the bottom of the Premier League table, that one. Plus live Premier League commentaries, we've got Burnley against Liverpool at 5:30 and Manchester United against Aston Villa from 8 o'clock. Also a big day in the Championship. We'll be bringing you all the updates from the 7 3 o'clock games that are taking place in the second tier this afternoon. Also a massive game at 7:45 this evening, which will see Leicester City in action against Ipswich Town, and we'll be following that one across the flash score service this evening, whether that be via the app and via the website, and we'll have mass updates into the Manchester United against Aston Villa game from 8 o'clock this evening. Plus the other late kickoff sees Birmingham City take on Stoke City. But to the Vitality, where, as I mentioned earlier on, a poignant afternoon, and on the big screen the names of those who came to the aid of the Luton Town captain Tom Lockyer are being displayed on the big screen prior to kick-off. It was a troublesome afternoon, an afternoon that those in attendance will never forget. But here at the Vitality, it is AFC Bournemouth in action up against Fulham, and it is the Cherries that are going to get it underway, attacking right to left in this first half in the red and black striped shirts, black shorts, black stockings. Fulham in the white shirts, black shorts and white stockings. Well, Bournemouth have taken 16 points from the last 18 available and have lost just once in the league since the start of November, that game against Manchester City on the 4th of November. Well, prior to the game getting underway, both sets of teams take the knee, a seasonal reminder that racism and discrimination holds no place in society. Well, it's a fast-paced start, Bournemouth looking the ball forward, and back it goes, flicked on by Tosin Adada Bayoyo. Now brought down by Bournemouth and by Christie. Into the box it goes, cleared away by Fulham and by de Cordova-Reid, and now picked up on the halfway. It's into the possession of Sensai. Forward it goes out towards the left-hand side. It's a free kick with Tara going down. Tim Robinson, the referee this afternoon, and the Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola having to watch the game from the stands this afternoon, serving a touchline ban after picking up his 3rd yellow card of the season against Nottingham Forest at the City Ground at the weekend. He said it was frustrating because he felt it was too harsh to lose a game with just 3 yellow cards on the touchline. Well, Bournemouth have the ball midway inside the Fulham half, out on the right hand side, minute on the clock, goalless the score, driving forward on the right hand side, but going down was Palhinha, who was making a challenge to win the ball back, and it is a free kick to the Cottagers, the visitors to the Vitality this afternoon. As I mentioned, one other game in the Premier League at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and it is Sheffield United up against Luton Town. You can listen to live commentary of that one just getting underway at Bramall Lane. Sheffield United up against Luton, 2 sides at the bottom of the table, but 2 improving sides at the bottom of the table. Both will feel they need to get 3 points after that victory for Nottingham Forest against Newcastle by 3-1 in the early kick-off. This is Bobby de Cordova-Reid, right hand side in the middle of the Bournemouth half. Played a little pass out towards Pereira, who has possession again for the Cottagers. This is Palhinha back towards the halfway and in towards the possession of Tosin Adada Bayoyo, out towards Batty. Forward it goes. This is Kearney, left hand side. He's got Scott for company. Now towards the edge of the area, in towards the possession of Alex Awobi. Looking at step inside of Scott. Kearney right on the edge of the penalty area. He's got 2 up against him on the left hand side for Fulham. Goes back towards Awobi once more. Kearney, Awobi on its right foot, looking to find options here. Palhinha close, but has to play it back towards the halfway and in towards the possession of Batty. Awobi again, right footed, crossfield ball from left to right, looking to avoid Dick Cordova-Reid on the edge of the box, but headed away by Bournemouth, chucked up in the air once more, in towards the box and in towards the possession of Muniz, who plays it out in towards the path of Dick Cordova-Reid, who just loses out to Tara, and so it's going to be a throw into Bournemouth on their left hand side. A reminder, we'll be bringing you goal updates from the 7 championship games that kick off at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Cardiff against Plymouth, Coventry against Sheffield Wednesday, Huddersfield Blackburn, Hull v Sunderland, Rotherham against Middlesbrough, Southampton up against Swansea, Watford against Bristol City, and West Brom taking on Norwich. Don't forget the big game later on this evening, Leicester City against Ipswich. That is a 7:45 kickoff on the Flash Score service. 3.5 minutes gone on the Vitality. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Fulham driving beyond the halfway in towards the possession of Tete. Going down on the ground is Muniz under the challenge of Sensai on the right hand side. 5 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Free kick to be taken by Pereira. Goes back inside Fulham's own half and in towards the path of Kearney. This is Iwobi. Kearney on the halfway on the left hand side. Plays it along the line in towards the path of Palinia. Lays it out towards the far right hand side. This is Dick Cordova-Reid towards the edge of the box. Looking to play in Pereira inside the area, but it's mopped up by Bournemouth. Misplaced pass. Sensai lays it out towards the halfway. The ball's in the possession of James Tavernier. Plays it in towards the middle and in towards the possession of Kluivert. Kluivert now plays it in towards the possession of Semenyo, who's looking to play a cross in towards the box. Cleared away by Fulham. Picked up by Andreas Pereira now for the Cottagers. Lays it out towards the left hand side. Roby on the halfway is dispossessed, and so the ball back in Bournemouth's possession and with Zabani. Now towards Sensai, 5 yards on the edge of the Fulham half. Him up against Kluivert. Now back in towards the possession of Zabani, who will now lay it back towards Neto between the sticks. It was a frustrating afternoon for Marco Silva on Saturday on the defeat to Burnley. He said that they deserved more from the game. 2-0 defeat for the Cottagers at home to Burnley. It was Burnley's first win against the side in the Premier League that weren't promoted from the Championship last season. Well, 5 minutes on the clock here. It is Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in our Boxing Day match in the Premier League on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. This is Tete on the right hand side in the middle of his own half. Lays it forward along the line. Ball being moved more centrally in towards the path of Muniz. It falls clear towards Pereira along the line towards Kearney. Roby left hand side in the middle of the Bournemouth half. Moving infield towards the edge of the box. There's 2 against it. Clips a cross in on his right foot, but headed out of play by Utah before it being able to find Dick Cordova-Reid at the back post, and so it's going to be a corner to Fulham out on the right hand side as they attack in the 6th minute. Utah with the last ditch header away from the cross in by Iwobi. 6 minutes gone. It's Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. It's going to be Andreas Pereira to take this corner. Right-footed, in-swinging delivery in towards the penalty spot where it falls in towards the path of Dick Cordova-Reid. Cleared away, ball back in by Robinson. Audacious volley on his right foot from around about 25-30 yards out. It kept Neto thinking, but he was able to catch it in the end as Bournemouth move up the other end now. Right hand side, just inside Fulham territory. Solanke, edge of the penalty area, cleared away by Kenny Tete in the end for Fulham. 7 minutes gone, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Ball goes up the other end in towards the possession of Pereira, cleared away by Bournemouth. Had possession now with Ryan Christie. Christie on the halfway, through the middle, out towards the path of Utah. He's got Tavernier out on the left hand side, but plays it out towards the right, where it's brought down by Semenyo, edge of the penalty area, snuffed out by Iwobi, who now looks to move forward down Fulham's left hand side. Hooks the ball clear, but it's going to be picked up by Alex Scott, 15 yards inside the opposition half. Plays it back about 10 yards, and now on the halfway, the ball in the possession of Sensei for Bournemouth. Goes out towards the path of Scott forward towards Kluivert. Goes out now in towards Kluivert once more inside the air on the right hand side. Cross goes in towards the near stick where he's looking to find Dominic Solanke, but straight at the path of Bert Leno in the Fulham goal. 8 minutes gone here. It is Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Forward out towards the right hand side. Dick Cordova-Reid plays it through on the underlap in towards the path for Iwobi, lays it across goal, looking to find Muniz, cleared away by Bournemouth. He's going to fall for Tete, right hand side edge of the box, gets the better of Tavernier, and now Tete has an effort on his left foot, curling effort, but it flies way wide of the intended target. So 8.5 minutes gone, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Both sides have an opportunity of note. Fulham with the ball with Dick Cordova-Reid, plays it in towards Iwobi, lays it across the penalty area. It's only half cleared by Bournemouth, and then Tete picks it up second time, brings it infield, gets a bit of a Tavernier inside the air, decides to have an effort, curl on his left foot, but way wide of target. Reminder, one other Premier League commentary at 3 o'clock for you this afternoon comes from Bramwell Lane. It's Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 0. His ball to bring the ball up the other end, goes out of play for a Fulham throw, midway inside their own half on the left hand side. Goes back in towards the possession of Bert Leno, the Fulham goalkeeper. Find themselves on the edge of the box. Kluivert in towards the path of Solanke, who has an effort, right footed inside the box, goes wide of the target, had a deflection en route, so it's going to go out of play for a Bournemouth corner out on the left hand side. 10 minutes gone, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. It's going to be a set piece of Bournemouth out on the left hand side as they move forward. Solanke's effort just taken a little bit of a deflection off of Anthony Robinson, and so Bournemouth corner left hand side as they move forward. It's going to be taken on the right foot of Alex Scott, played short in towards the path of Christie. Scott, cross goes in second time, headed back in play, now back into the path of Utara, flicked away by Fulham again and hooked clear by Anthony Robinson towards the halfway towards Alex Iwobi. One back though by Bournemouth. He'll play the ball back in towards the possession of Neto, the captain between the sticks. Reminder, 2 championship games took place early. Preston 2, 10-man leads 1, Millwall 2, QPR 0 as Bournemouth move forward again. Kluivert inside the area is up against Bassi. Kluivert again, cross goes in, right footed, looking to find Dominic Solanke, goes out of play, last touch coming off of Tete, who didn't get the call, and so it's going to be a Bournemouth corner out on the left hand side as they move forward in the first half. Kluivert causing all sorts of problems on the right hand side for Bournemouth, getting the better of Bassi this time, turning past him a second, getting the cross in, looking to find Dominic Solanke from around about 12 yards out, but ball goes out of play. It's going to be a corner kick for Bournemouth on that left hand side. All the big bodies searching their way forward. It's going to be Scott to take on his right foot, this time an in-swinging delivery towards the near post where it's headed away by Anthony Robinson. Goes out of play for another for Bournemouth throw. Scott to take on the left hand side in towards the path of Christie. Infield 15 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Goes back inside their own territory and back in towards the possession of Neto for Bournemouth between the sticks. Goalless in all the other 3 o'clock kickoffs, including our other 3 o'clock commentary. Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 0. Reed, out towards the path for Tete on the right hand side. Cross goes in, right footed, takes a deflection en route, so it's going to go out of play, but it comes off of his own man, so it's going to go out for a goal kick. Reminder of the early Premier League result: Nottingham Forest beating Newcastle United at St James's Park by 3-1. Some result that for Nottingham Forest, who were just beginning to lurk over their shoulder a little bit, and that's a great result considering that Sheffield United and Luton are both in action this afternoon. That game currently goalless after 12 minutes. You can listen to that one elsewhere this afternoon here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary. So just to point you to our later commentaries this afternoon: Burnley taking on Liverpool from 5:30 at Turf Moor, and from Old Trafford at 8, Manchester United in action up against Aston Villa. Big game at the top of the table, that one. Villa looking to get over that result against Sheffield United last time out. With the ball in the middle of the half, ball goes out of play. It's going to be a Fulham throw on the right hand side as they move forward. There's Pereira and Christie involved in the battle on the near side as we look at proceedings. It's a Fulham throw on the right hand side, 5 yards from the edge of the Fulham, from the Bournemouth half. It's 14 minutes on the clock. It's AFC Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, as Adar Boyer plays it back in towards the possession of Bert Nello. Lays it out first time in towards the possession of Calvin Bassey. Lays it in towards the Bournemouth half. Flicked over the top first time, but it is won back by the Cherries, and Tavernier in possession. Sends side back towards Tavernier in the middle. Goes back in towards the possession of Zabani. Now to the far right hand side and to Smith. Forward it goes first time, brought down by Batty though for Fulham, who lays it along the left hand side as they move forward, and this is Iwobi. Polinia midway inside his own half. Pereira's dispossessed, and so now moving forward, Tavernier goes out towards Cliver, right hand side, edge of the box, but it's watched by Anthony Robinson, who can see it go out of play. That's going to be a goal kick to Fulham. Quarter of an hour goal. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service, and no goals across the 3 o'clock games in either of the top 2 divisions in England so far. Far contrast to that famous Boxing Day in 1963. I'm sure you've seen the image on social media this morning regarding that, and Fulham actually recorded their biggest ever victory in a competitive fixture on this day in 1963. In that infamous day, it was a 10-1 victory against Ipswich Town. Well, the Cottagers on that particular afternoon. Right, it's been a bit of a gluttony of goals so far, but Kearney looking to move his way forward for Fulham. Lays it out towards the left-hand side and towards Iwobi. He's got Smith for company midway inside the Bournemouth half. Kearney, 25 from goal, turns, lays it out towards the left-hand side of Iwobi once more, who's up against Semenyo. And it goes to Robinson once more. Semenyo and Smith for company. Great little turn and flick, and now Robinson inside the area, lays it back in towards the path of Polinia, but cleared away by Bournemouth inside their own area. Now look to work their way forward. Ball goes out in towards the possession of Semenyo, looking to play it in towards Cliver, but it's cleared away by Calvin Bassey in the end. Be a Bournemouth throw on the right hand side, around about 30 yards from goal. Played forward in towards the path of Semenyo. Throw-in taken by Smith on the right flank for Bournemouth. Goes back in towards the possession of Scott, who lays it from right to left. It's now in the possession of Sensai in the middle. Through the middle it goes. Turning now is Cliver, with back to goal. On back though by Fulham and by Kearney. Now Polinia looks to drive through the middle for the Cottagers. This is Bobby D. Cordova-Reid. Goes back in towards the path of Kenny Tete. Now between the sticks, Bernd Leno for Fulham. Well, I said there was a bit of a gluttony for goals, and them two have come along at once in the Championship. We'll begin at St Mary's, where Southampton had taken the lead against Swansea City after a quarter of an hour. So Southampton 1, Swansea 0. And now the Cardiff City Stadium, Plymouth, who are without an away win all season, well, they find themselves a goal to the good at the Cardiff City Stadium. 17 minutes on the clock in that one. You can follow all of the goals from across the EFL, the Championship, League 1 and League 2 this afternoon across the Flash Score app. In terms of this game, possession-wise, 55% Fulham, 45% for Bournemouth. And now Bobby D. Cordova-Reid has possession right-hand side edge of the box, gets a cross in, but it's blocked by Utara, and it's going to go out of play for Fulham corner on the right-hand side. 17.5 minutes in, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 1, Fulham 0 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary. So it's only because I'm having a look at what's happening at Bramall Lane. We'll talk more about that very shortly. But Fulham with a corner on the right hand side in the 18th minute, looking to break the deadlock here at the Vitality. Taken short by Iwobi towards Pereira. Edge of the box now is Kearney. Dickled-over-Reid looking to lay it forward first time on his right foot in towards the path of Iwobi. You could tell it was training ground stuff from Fulham, but it wasn't quite executed perhaps to the patterns of play that he would have done over at Motspur Park. But just having a look at the Bournemouth chance as Semenyo moved his way forward, cut out by Calvin Bassey in the end. But I will take you now to Bramall Lane, where the deadlock has been broken, and it is Alfie Doughty who's got the opener for Luton Town. So it's Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 1. And it is Doughty with the opener for Luton. We'll get more on that goal when we get the opportunity to do so. Meanwhile, Fulham win themselves a... In fact, no, I thought Fulham won a free kick. In fact, they've gone back for a foul throw. So Bournemouth are a throw now in a fairly opportune position. Around about 40 yards from goal, out on the right-hand side as they move their way forward. Ball goes back in towards the path of Scott. Forward it goes first time. Semenyo back in towards the possession of Adam Smith, but it's one back by Fulham, who move their way forward. Pereira on the halfway, turns on the half, goes back in towards the possession of Robinson on the left hand side. Crossfield ball out towards the right hand flank and in towards the possession now of Kenny Tete. Tete now towards Tosin Adada Bayoyo. Now Calvin Bassey on the left hand side of the Fulham defence. Forward it goes, but the last touch in the end coming off of Kluivert, so it's going to go out for a Fulham throw on the left hand side towards the halfway. More on that goal then for Luton. Alfie Doughty with a great solo run and then pulling the trigger from inside the box, beating Wesley Foderingham with a low strike into the middle of the goal. And so that is how it's Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 1 there at Bramall Lane in the Premier League. 20 minutes in the clock in that one, and you can listen to that game elsewhere on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service this afternoon. Meanwhile here, 20 minutes gone, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0, and Fulham move their way forward. Muniz in the middle, 30 yards from goal, now 25 from goal, lays it out towards Dickled-over-Reid on the right side towards the edge of the penalty. Cross goes in by Tete towards the back stick where Pereira was lurking. Semenyo with a awkward looking touch on the edge of the box, manages to play it out on the right hand side, not until being put under pressure by Robertson, who then has to loft the ball out of play. So it's going to be a throw in to Fulham out. Ball went quickly, goes out for a corner out on the left hand side as they move forward. The last touch in the end coming off of Smith. So another opportunity for Fulham from a set piece. Last time they adopted something a bit more from the training ground. This is the first corner they've had on the left hand side in this first half. 21 minutes in, Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. It's going to be swung in right footed by Andreas Pereira. Corner comes in towards the near post. It's scrambled around the box. It's hooked clear in the end by Bournemouth. It's going to fall for Robinson, 40 yards from goal in the middle. Goes out towards the left side. Pereira up against Solanke, 30 yards from the Fulham goal. Moves inside and lovely little tricks and flicks, and he sends Solanke to the floor in towards Iwobi. Cross goes in first time on his left foot towards the near post, headed away by Zabani and now cleared out of play. It's going to be a Fulham throw to be taken by Robinson back in towards the path of Kearney. Now this is Bassey. Now Tosin Adada Bayoyo. Cross goes in towards the box, clipped in on his right foot, headed away for finding Pereira. It's going to fall though for Kearney second time. Goes out towards the robe on the left hand side. Cross goes in right foot and again put clear by Zabani for Bournemouth. And it is Semenyo and Iwobi tussling for the ball, but it's Bournemouth that win it back. Christie lays it out towards the left hand side and towards Tavernier, 10 yards from the edge of the Fulham half. Inside opposition territory it goes, and moving forward now is Utara. Cross goes in towards the penalty, cleared away by Bassey, picked up by Kluivert. on the right hand side towards the edge of the box. Had Robinson for company. Robinson picks it up and it goes in towards the path of Irobi, who's got James Tavernier for company. Lofted over the top by Robinson, flicked on by Zabani for Bournemouth. Brought down though by Pereira on the left hand side, 10 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Meanwhile, Coventry City 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0 is a latest score from the Championship, as Kenny Tete has the possession of the football on the right hand side, driving forward down that flank towards Dick Cordova-Reid, 25 yards from goal. Cross goes in, right footed, headed away at the near post by Sensai. It falls for Bournemouth once more, although Fulham did try and claim possession back, but they do so now. This is Paulinho in possession, looking to lay out towards Tete, intercepted in the end by Ryan Christie, and then Paulinho with a challenge to see the ball go out and to evade danger on the counter attack, and it's going to be a Bournemouth throw in on the left hand side. Don't forget, 2 live Premier League commentaries later. Burnley against Liverpool from 5:30, and then Manchester United against Aston Villa from 8. And we'll also be keeping tabs with the big game at the top of the EFL Championship later on tonight. Comes from the King Power, comes from Portman Road as Ipswich Town take on Leicester City. 7:45 kickoff, and you can follow that across the Flash Score service, whether that be via the app, via the website, via our live text commentary service, and updates into the Manchester United against Aston Villa game in the Premier League this evening. We'll be keeping you up to date with that big game at the top of the Championship table. Dick Cordova-Reid looking to play in towards the path of Pereira. One back by Christie on the halfway. There's the ball out in the middle, lays it out towards the right hand side towards Semenyo. Now back in towards the possession of Smith, short towards Scott. Now in towards the path and possession of Zabani for Bournemouth. Goes out towards the left hand side and in towards the possession of Marcus Sensai. Over the top it goes, lobbed over the top in towards Tavernier. Left hand side has got Kenny Tete for coming. Now got Paulinho up against him. He was sandwiched between two, and the ball's going to go out of play, and it's going to be a Fulham goal kick. So 25 minutes on the clock. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. A reminder that elsewhere in the Premier League this afternoon, Luton Town lead Sheffield United by 1-0. Doherty's goal in the 17th minute giving Luton the lead. Elsewhere in the Championship, Plymouth lead Cardiff by 1-0. Coventry 1 up on Sheffield Wednesday. Huddersfield 0, Blackburn 0, Hull 0, Sunderland 0, Rotherham 0, Middlesbrough 0, Southampton a goal to the good against Swansea, Watford 0, Bristol City 0, and West Bromwich Albion 0, Norwich City 0. A reminder again of that big game later on. Ipswich Town up against Leicester City from 7:45 in the Championship across Flash Score. Well, midway through the first half here, 25 minutes on the clock. It's Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Neither side really creating any clear-cut opportunities so far, as Scott goes to ground and heads over towards the hoardings on the deck out towards the far side as we look at things, following a challenge by Irobi. But the Bournemouth manager, Andoni Iraola, making some notes on his notepad. Now, he can't go into the changing room at half time, but he can have communications with those on the Bournemouth bench, serving a touchline ban this afternoon following a yellow card in the 3-2 victory against Nottingham Forest at the weekend. As Solanke has possession with 3 up against him. Now towards Semenyo, who evades the tackle of Paulinho, now sprays it out from right to left. Tavernier 25 from goal, cross goes in, left footed towards the back stick, headed away by Calvin Bassey, picked up by Iwobi, who's got Smith for company, now cleared away by Anthony Robinson. And he's looking to keep hold of possession for Fulham, but can only concede a throw, and so Bournemouth with the ball inside their own half. It's Sensai in the middle, in space, lays it along the line towards his central defensive colleague Zabani. And now Sensai once more. He's got Christie just in front of him, but lays it long out towards the left hand side, looking to find Uatara up against Kenny Tete. A bit of a battle between the pair. Ball goes out of play, and Tete holds his nerve, and it goes out for a Fulham goal kick. 27 on the clock. AFC Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service this afternoon. A reminder of our games later on today: Burnley against Liverpool from 5:30, and Manchester United against Aston Villa from 8 o'clock. Well, Bournemouth really have been the form side, haven't they, in the Premier League, having won 5 of their last 6, drawing the other one. Having taken 16 points of their last 18 available, they've actually taken more points in their last 3 Premier League games than they had in their previous 10 matches at the Vitality Stadium. Such has been the vein of form that they've been in as of late. Well, ball being scooped up in the middle of the half. Bit of head tennis from one side to the other, but Kearney manages to bring it down on the deck. Out towards Iwobi, left-hand side. We're going to play in Robertson on the edge of the box, but it's going to go back towards Neto, who's being put under some undue pressure. Kearney picks it up after Bournemouth lose it on the halfway. Now drives down the left-hand side, turning past Christie, out towards Robinson, left side, edge of the box, cross goes in, left foot towards the penalty spot, flicked on by Rodrigo Muniz, and it's going to fall in the end towards Neto between the sticks for the Cherries. Well, goals left, right and centre now in the Championship. Coventry have taken the lead against Sheffield Wednesday by a goal to nil. Huddersfield a goal to the good against Blackburn Rovers, and Bristol City lead at Watford by a goal to nil. Reminder, all EFL goals, including the Championship, League 1 and 2, are available on the Flash Score app. Just download the app, click the notification bell, and you can get all the goals from the top 4 English divisions on this bumper Boxing Day worth of action as they go in. 29 minutes on the clock there. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here at the Vitality. Neither side really created anything clear cut as of yet. It's not really been one that's going to go down as a Boxing Day classic as of yet, but there's still time in this opening period, and as the match digresses, but it just feels rather attritional so far. Two sides that would rather not lose than have the approach of going out to win. Well, Fulham have had 5 shots compared to Bournemouth's 3, and have had the solitary one on target so far in this first half. And that was from Anthony Robinson, an audacious volley. As the ball goes out towards Dick Cordova-Reid, he's just detached himself off Utada. Right hand side, edge of the box, moves infield towards the penalty area, out towards Bassi. Dick Cordova-Reid, cross goes in first time. He had 2 up against him, but Bournemouth do manage to clear their lines. This is Clivert, goes out towards Semenyo, tripped up by Andreas Pereira, and it's going to be a free kick to Bournemouth in a central position midway inside their own half. Bournemouth take it quickly and lay it out first time towards Solanke on the right hand side, being pushed back about 10 yards in towards the possession of Tavernier with a flick on, but Solanke claims it back, and now into the path for Semenyo in the middle, lays it out in towards the path for Clivert, who has an effort on his right foot, but excellent last ditch defending from Tosin Adara-Bayoyo, stopped him in his tracks. Bournemouth just open up the door. Excellent pass from Semenyo, looking up and finding Clivert in space on the left hand side inside the penalty area. Has an effort on his right foot, side footed, comes off the chest of Tosin Adara-Bayoyo, and that's the first real clear cut opportunity we have seen in this first half. As we enter the 31st minute of it, it is Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score live audio commentary service. Bournemouth for a corner on the left hand side, swung in on the left foot of Alex Scott towards the back stick. It's just about tipped away by Leno, who then tried to have a second bite at it, but is dispossessed. Sensai with a cross in, headed again away by Adara-Bayoyo. That's twice now he's made a crucial interception at the back for Fulham. And the ball goes back towards the halfway, and now back towards Neto between the sticks for Bournemouth. Cardiff with an equaliser against Plymouth Argyle, 1-1 in that one in the Championship. Mind of our other 3 o'clock commentary this afternoon comes from Bramall Lane, where Alfie Doherty's goal has given Luton Town a 1-0 lead against Sheffield United. Listen to that one elsewhere on the Flash Score live audio commentary service if you so like. As Clivert has possession on the right hand side, 10 yards inside the Fulham half, being grappled by Bassi, and well, there was a bit of shirt being taken on both sides, but it is going to be a Bournemouth free kick, as Clivert was the one that was hauled down to the deck first. Free kick taken quickly and goes back and now towards the halfway. This is Sensai, 10 yards inside the Fulham half, played through the middle towards Solanke, chipped up first time, not going to find Semenyo on the edge of the box, but it's going to go straight into the arms of Bernd Leno between the sticks for Fulham. Tara inside the air, lays it across in towards the path of Solanke, but again, cleared away this time by Kenny Tete, out from another Bournemouth corner. There's a quick move with Tara on the left hand side towards the edge of the box, looking to slip it towards Solanke in and around the penalty spot, but cleared away this time by Tete. Fulham being very stout in terms of their defensive duties this afternoon. There's another corner out on the left hand side for them. 33.5 minutes gone. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Scott to take again, left side, going to be another right-footed in-swinging delivery towards the back stick, punched away convincingly this time by Leno. Falls for Clive at second time, who has an effort for the laces of his left foot, but it goes wide of the intended target. Well, food for thought for Andoni Iraola, who's just seen his side begin to really take the ascendancy in the game. Let's see a goal shown for those particular efforts as Iwobi heads the ball out of play for Bournemouth throw on the right hand side. 10 yards inside the Fulham half. Mine are the early results. Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 3 in the Premier League. In the Championship, well, Leeds United lost out by 2-1 to Preston North End, whilst Millwall got the better of Queen's Park Rangers by 2-0. There's Dicko Dover-Reader's possession halfway from the middle for Fulham up against Uatara. One back by Tavernier for Bournemouth in towards the possession of Sensai now. There's it out towards the left-hand flank, looking to find somebody, headed away by Tete. Dicko Dover-Reed now, and towards the path of Adana Bayoya, who makes his 8th Premier League appearance this season. Not quite the regular when he was last season, stepping in the absence of Tim Ream. 10 minutes ago until the break. Bournemouth 0, Fulham 0. Just Clivert with the best opportunity of the half so far for Bournemouth. His effort blocked by Adana Bayoyo. That's kind of been as good as it's got. It's not really been a classic on the South Coast so far. It's not really been a Boxing Day bonanza here in Bournemouth. But it is the Cherries in possession. They're going to move their way forward. This is Sensai, and it goes beyond the halfway. This is Uatara in possession towards Semenyo, who then in turn plays it back in towards the path of Neto between the sticks. Outside his area, plays it in towards Sensai again. Driving down the left-hand side, still inside his own half, and now moving forward is Scott, evading the challenger one, then brought down by Muniz, and Bournemouth win themselves a free kick 5 yards from the edge of the Fulham half. And it goes to Tavernier, who's got Clivert just in front of him. Steps infield from the right-hand side, and then lays a cross-field ball out towards the edge of the box. Left-hand side, ball goes in first time by Uatara towards the near post, which was a little bit dangerous for Bert Leno, who had to go down and parry the ball out of play for a corner. Had to scramble towards his near post. Ball goes out in towards the possession of Uatara. Cross goes in first time for the laces of his left foot. Leno had to scramble down to his near post. So it's going to be another Scott corner on the left-hand side for Fulham to try and defend. And we know the drill by now. It's going to be right-footed, and it's going to be swung in towards the penalty area. It's going to be a dangerous one. Swung in towards the back post. It's flicked away by Tozin Adana Bayoyo. Now Tavernier picks up on the loose ball. Has an effort on his left foot. Comes off a head. And a play. And it comes off a Fulham head for another Bournemouth corner, this time on the right-hand side as they go forward. It's going to be Scott to take again, right-footed. On the 6th corner of this first half. Fulham have had 3. Scott's delivery, right-footed, this time towards the near post, headed away by Dicko Dover-Reed. This is Pereira in possession for Fulham as they look to move their way forward. Out it goes in towards the path of Robinson, driving forward. Brings Smith down, but Bournemouth regain possession. This is Scott on the halfway, but play is going to stop because of the significance of the injury, and the trainer is going to come on here, and it looks like Scott may have just possibly dislocated his shoulder. It was a 50-50 duel, but he gets swiped by Robinson, just tangles up in his right foot, then lands to the ground, shoulder first, left shoulder first. A bit of concern for him. Reminder of our other Premier League game, it is Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 1. Alfie Doherty with the only goal of that one so far for Luton in the 17th minute. Elsewhere in the Championship, Cardiff City 1, Plymouth Argyle 1, Coventry 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0, Huddersfield a goal to the good at home against Blackburn, currently goalless between Hull and Sunderland. Big game that between two sides who will harbour playoff ambitions at the end of the season. Rotherham and Middlesbrough also goalless, Southampton a goal to the good against Swansea City, Watford 0, Bristol City 1, and West Bromwich Albion 0, Norwich City 0, although Norwich are down to 10 men in that one. Don't forget as well tonight for the EFL Championship, it is Ipswich Town against Leicester City from 7:45. You can follow that across the Flash Score service this evening, including updates into our 8 o'clock kickoff, which comes to you from Old Trafford in the Premier League, where Manchester United take on Aston Villa. Before that, we have Burnley against Liverpool, as we watch Bournemouth against Fulham, and the Bournemouth manager Andoni Iraola up in the stands this afternoon, serving a touchline ban, just having to think about what can happen, and relaying messages down to the bench. Alan Smith down. It looks like his afternoon is going to come to a premature end. He's in absolute agony on the far side. So it looks like he wants to continue, but I find it very hard to see that being the case. Play will start with a contested drop ball, which Alex Scott will play back towards his teammate Zabiani. This is Uatara, back in towards the path of Sensei again. Forward it goes on his left foot, looking to find Semenya, headed away by Tete. Bundled out of play by Tosin Darbo, who said he had a shove in the back from Dominic Solanke. Ball before on the left side, midway inside the Fulham half, goes back in towards the path of Sensei once more. Looking to turn is Solanke, but winning it back is Tete. Pereira still inside his own half, ball back down by Ryan Christie, who goes back in towards the path of James Tavernier. This is Alex Scott, goes out towards the far right hand side, and it goes again by Scott in towards the path of Tavernier, goes out towards Cliver, edge of the box, cross goes in, right footed towards the penalty spot, cleared away, but then it's going to fall for Uatara second time, who has a low drilled effort, but that comes off of Palinia. It goes back once more, Sensei out towards Christie on the left hand side, 45 yards from goal, looks to play it in towards Solanke in the middle, right on the edge of the box, but it comes off a Fulham player, and a player go for a Bournemouth throw. Back towards the halfway we go, and now Zabiani in towards the path of Smith. Lifted over the top first time, and we'll find Solanke with his back to goal. We're headed out of play by Fulham, but the flag does go up for side against Dominic Solanke. Well, some season Dominic Solanke is having. Has to be said, he's scored 11 goals in 17 matches so far this season, and that's more than he managed in his first 96 appearances in the English top flight. He does have a knack for scoring against Fulham as well. He's only scored more league goals against Huddersfield than he has 4 he's got against Fulham, and he's scored in each of his previous 4 fixtures against the Cottagers. Hasn't really been given the opportunity in front of goals so far. He's been kept quite quiet thus far by the visitors to the South Coast. 2.5 minutes of this first half, plus stoppage time to go. Still goalless between Bournemouth and Fulham. As Palinia goes to ground under the challenger Cliver. It's going to be a Fulham free kick out on the left hand side. 15 yards inside the Bournemouth half. So it's going to be Andreas Pereira to take on the left-hand side. 15 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Bournemouth will keep their defensive line towards the edge of the box. Pereira's free kick struck right foot in towards the area it goes. Flicked away for finding Bassi. Hooked away by Christie towards the halfway where tracker back is Robinson with Clivert chasing it. And he wins Bournemouth a throw on the left-hand side. 15 yards inside the Fulham half. Goes back inside his own territory where the ball finds itself in the possession of Sensei. Now towards Scott, driving for the middle, getting the better of two. Now towards the edge of the area. Scott moves in field. He plays it out towards Clivert, who has a goal for Bournemouth right on the cusp of half-time. It was excellent play from Bournemouth, driving down the middle at one. It was a goal made by Alex Scott and finished in the end by Justin Clivert. Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0, with a minute to go until the break. Really from Alex Scott, who got himself through both Polinia and Pereira, drove forward towards the edge of the box, sees Clivert in space on the left hand side, has an effort on his right foot, spilled by Bernd Leno in the Fulham goal, and into the bottom right hand corner it went. Well, moments of individual quality from Alex Scott, and then unselfishly lays out the pass towards Clivert, who picked up on the Christmas gift to give the Cherries a lead right on the cusp of half time. Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0. As we enter the first of 3 additional minutes at the end of this first half, Kearney in possession for Fulham. Was back towards the halfway and towards Tosin Adarbayoyo. This is Calvin Bassi now. Iwobi on the left-hand side. Bassi goes back in towards the path of Bernd Leno. Now Polinia back towards Bassi inside his own penalty area. Hooks it forward towards the halfway where Iwobi to turn, getting the better of Smith. A little bit of a battle between the pair of them, but it's going to fall for Dickel-Dover-Reid, who's got Kenny Teti on the overlap on the right hand side, plays it into the box in towards his direction, but reading it just as well was Uatara for Bournemouth, and you'll see it go out of play for a goal kick. Only to ponder for Marco Silva, whose side since back-to-back victories against Nottingham Forest and West Ham United, both of them being 5-0. Be on the cusp of losing 3 Premier League games on the bounce. It's Newcastle 3-0. Lost out last time to Burnley by 2-0. In the middle of that, they did progress through to the semi-finals of the EFL Cup, getting the better of Everton on penalties. They'll take on Liverpool in a 2-legged semi-final over the course of January. And you can listen to both of those semi-finals, both legs of them, on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service throughout the duration of January. On top of that, the Africa Cup of Nations is also going to be live with us. We'll be broadcasting key games throughout the course of the tournament, which is taking place in the Ivory Coast, as Kenny is out towards Dickel-Dover-Reid on the right hand side towards the edge of the box, moves infield. This is Kearney now turning past Clivert. Now Polinia towards Andreas Pereira. Cross goes in, right footed towards the back stick, flicked away before finding Rodrigo Muniz, and then further hooked clear by Clivert. Now back to Leno between the sticks. 20 seconds left of this first half, and at the end of the 3 additional minutes have been added on as Bristol City double their lead on the cusp of half time against Watford at Vicarage Road in the EFL Championship. Bournemouth have themselves a free kick out on the right hand side, on the halfway. Tavernier going down to the ground. And it'll probably be the last action of a first half, which had felt quite eventless for a long time, but Bournemouth, with a superb bit of individual quality, find themselves in front at the break as the whistle goes for half time. There was a move finished off by Justin Kluivert, but it was one very much of Alex Scott's making, driving forward from the halfway through the middle, getting the better of 4 or 5 Fulham defenders for laying the ball out in towards Kluivert's path. There could be question marks as to whether Bernd Leno could have done better in the Fulham goal, spinning the ball before then bundling into the back of the net. But it is that goal from Kluivert that's the difference at the break. Half time, the Vitality, Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0. much in the making of Alex Scott, driving past the heart of the Fulham defence before then laying out Clivert for the only goal of the game. As we get underway in this second half, neither side have made any changes at the break, so these are the 11s for you. Bournemouth 4-2-3-1, both teams 4-2-3-1 in fact. Neto, Smith, Zabani, Sensai, Uatara, Scott, Christie, Semenyo, Clivert the goal scorer, Tavernier and Solanke. Whilst Fulham is Leno, Tete, Adarabayo, Batty, Robertson, Palinia, Kearney, Dickeldover-Reid, Pereira, Iwobi and Muniz. It's Bournemouth who move their way forward. This is Robertson in possession now. Tavernier looking to win it back. Christie doing so, but Palinia was brought down first, and so wins a free kick for Fulham. So taking short in towards the possession of Calvin Bassey, and now back to Leno, the Fulham goalkeeper, who's kept 5 clean sheets so far this season. That's not going to continue today. That was the 32nd goal that he's conceded in the competition this term, across all competitions. Ball goes out of play, and it's going to be throw for Fulham, who are attacking right to left in this second half. They've actually been ever present this season, but even played in the League Cup games. Yes, really getting a look in. And some early goals in the second half in the EFL. We'll be following those games as well as the afternoon progresses. It's Cardiff City 2, Plymouth Argyle 1, and Southampton now double their lead against Swansea City to 2-0 as Alex Iwobi has the ball on the left-hand side, driving forward, but goes out of play. It's going to be a throw-in for Fulham on the left-hand side. It's going to be taken by Anthony Robinson midway inside the Bournemouth half. Back towards Pereira, now in towards the possession of Batty. Robinson, back it goes in towards the half of Tosin Adarabayo. Reminder that at Bramall Lane it is Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 1. Doherty the goal scorer for Luton in the 17th minute of that one. You can listen to that game elsewhere on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service in the Premier League this afternoon. Robinson left hand side in towards the penalty area, goes down with Tavernier up against him. Half-hearted appeals for a couple of Fulham players for a free kick waved away by Tin Robinson, the referee. This is Tete on the right hand side for Fulham, goes back all the way towards Bert Leno between the sticks. In the middle, midway inside his own half, is Palinia for the Cottagers, and now getting the better of inside Batty. This is Robinson in towards the edge of the box. It goes Pereira. We're going to get the crossing on the left side, plays it in towards the middle. Kearney shakes himself up, moves himself into the middle, plays it in towards Muniz, and now this is Dickeldover-Reid, now the right side towards the edge of the box, snuffed out by Uatara, who gets a nick to get the ball away. Picked up though again by Fulham. Dickeldover-Reid in towards the path of Muniz. This is Palinia now, as Watford pull one back against Bristol City. So Watford 1, Bristol City 2, as ball off over top by Dickeldover-Reid, brought down by Robinson. Cross goes in on his left foot towards the back stick, cleared away before finding Dickeldover-Reid, picked up by Nelson Semenyo, him up against Tete. Tete winning possession back for the Cottagers, and now in towards the path of Adarabayo, who's had a couple of big clearances for them in the first half. Out towards the left side and towards Robinson, 30 yards from goal, short and along the line towards Pereira on the edge of the box, who's been brought back about 5 yards by Scott. Palinia in towards the area. Robinson on the byline looks to fashion the ball back and cut a ball back, but it's straight to Neto in the Bournemouth goal. Nice little ball in from Palinia, just too much in terms of weight. And then ball goes in first time off the left foot of Anthony Robertson, but it is straight into the thankful arms of the Bournemouth keeper. A reminder as well that there's plenty of action taking place this evening across the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. We'll have Burnley up against Liverpool for you. That's from 5:30 this evening at Turf Moor. Then Old Trafford's going to be the destination from 8 o'clock as Manchester United take on Aston Villa. Villa looking to respond following Dropped points at home against Sheffield United on Friday. This is Solanke in towards the path of Cliver, whose goal is the difference between these two sides. Looks to lay it out towards the right hand side, in towards the path of Tavernier. Heavy first touch on his right foot, couldn't control the pass, and the ball goes out of play for a Fulham throw out on their left side. Well, as quickly as Watford thought they got themselves back into the match against Bristol City, is as quickly as the visitors have re-established their 2-goal advantage. It is Watford 1, Bristol City 3, 5 minutes into the second half in that one at Vicarage Road. This is De Cordova-Reid towards Kearney. De Cordova-Reid again on the right hand side, now being forced to move in field. This is Palhinha in possession now for the Cottagers. Kearney once more. De Cordova-Reid turning on the half. And now in towards Robinson, left side, 25 from goal. He's got Pereira just a bit further back. And now Iwobi. Robinson, edge of the box on this left-hand side, 25 yards to goal, plays it in towards the air, towards Kearney, two up against it, plays it back towards Robinson, who evades the challenge of Christie, pulls the ball back, but again it is straight at Neto in the AFC Bournemouth goal. Who plays it out quickly in towards the possession of Christie, who had Alex Iwobi up against him. This is Sensai now for the Cherries. Lost the ball out on his left foot in towards the possession of Semenyo, up against Kenny Tete on this left hand side. Semenyo, of course, goes in by Utara, cleared away by Fulham, and ball back down by Muniz, who's looking to turn and get himself away. Only half cleared by Bournemouth. De Cordova-Reid looking to move forward, went down under the challenge of Christie, but the decision in the end was a Bournemouth throw. To the frustration of the Fulham man. Mind as well the results from the early kickoffs this afternoon. Newcastle United 1, Nottingham Forest 3 in the Premier League. In the Championship, Leeds United couldn't kick on from their impressive results of the weekend against Ipswich, losing out by 2-1 against Preston North End, and Millwall getting the better of Queen's Park Rangers by 2-0. Reminder, the big game for the Championship tonight, Ipswich Town up against Leicester City. It's a 7:45 kickoff, that one, at Portman Road. Ipswich, who were beaten 4-0 by Leeds on Saturday, trail the leaders Leicester by 6 points at the top of the Premier League table. And well, Leicester were beaten across their last 9 non-Premier League Boxing Day fixtures, which include 2 against Ipswich Town. So interesting one in the offing at Portman Road. 7:45 the kickoff for that one, and we will be following that one across Flash Score as Fulham move their way forward. This is Robinson on the left hand side towards the edge of the penalty area. This is Iwobi, who's got Smith for company, lays it in towards the edge of the area, looking to find Pereira for the middle, but stuffed out by Bournemouth, who then hooked the ball away first time. Foot race between Semenyo and Tete, which the Fulham man gets to first, back towards Leno outside his area, launches it forward first time in towards Muniz. Good touch to bring it down in towards the path of Kearney, right hand side, 10 yards inside the Bournemouth half, who's forward about 15-20 yards, and now plays it back towards Palhinha, into the middle and towards Pereira. First time ball out towards Kearney on the right. Crossing towards the penalty area, but cleared out of play. It's going to be a goal kick, a wasteful crossing in the end. Well, West Bromwich Albion have taken the lead against Norwich City and the Hawthorns. They're a goal to the good. Reminder of our other Premier League commentary, 10 minutes gone in the second half at Bramall Lane, where Alfie Doherty's goal is the difference between Luton Town and Sheffield United. Luton leading Sheffield United by 1-0 in that one. As here at the Vitality, Scott goes down under the challenge of Alex Iwobi. Bournemouth free kick on the half in a central position. Food for thought for Marco Silva, who is Fulham's side, it had to be said, are experiencing quite the up and down season so far. There's been promising flashes of the brilliance that they provided when they came up as a promoted Championship team last season. There's also been signs of flounderance as well. Solanke getting a better of Bassi in towards the penalty area. He goes, he gets a better of Palhinha, but he can't quite get a shot away in time, and so it goes straight in towards the path of Bernd Leno in the Fulham goal. Kearney looking up and trying to find options, who, outside of playing, is lining up a bit of a career in the media. Has had some punditry appearances on various different UK-based broadcasters. Trying to out my job. We have a look at Solanke lofting the ball over the top of Bassi on the right-hand side towards the edge of the ball, dinking it down. But the header on was just a little bit too heavy, it turned out, in the end. He got the better of Palinia, but it was just too much. Leno was able to control in the Fulham goal. We played 10 minutes of the second half here, and it is Justin Kluivert's goal in the 44th minute. That's the difference between the two sides. Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0 in the Premier League here at the Vitality Stadium on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Elsewhere at Bramall Lane, Sheffield United 0, Luton Town 1, as Bassi moves forward for Fulham. 30 yards from goal. Cross goes in on his left foot, looking to find Muniz in and around the penalty spot, but it's a comfortable gather for Neto in the Bournemouth goal. Neto, who is looking to keep a 5th clean sheet of the season from 17 appearances. Made 56 saves all told this season prior to today's match. He's been kept busy at times. One of 5 designated Bournemouth keepers in their squad. He was originally backup to Mark Travers, but the pair swapped spots and the Brazilian has kept his place ever since. Well, turning now is Muniz, who's being called to the ground, almost WWE style, by Zibiani, who is trying to plead his innocence to the referee Tim Robinson, who's having absolutely none of it whatsoever. Fulham free kick, round about 30 yards from goal. Can't really have any complaints. Rodrigo Muniz. Andreas Pereira and Tom Kearney over this free kick for Fulham. Around about 30 yards out. 2 in the Bournemouth wall. And it is Pereira who's eyeing it up. To be struck right-footed. Kearney with the dummy. Pereira with the hit in towards the penalty area. It eludes anyone and everyone. It slivers its way across the box, but straight into the arms of Neto, and Bournemouth look to move the ball quickly out on their left-hand side. But it was a slip from Pereira. It took a little bit of a nick en route. Didn't quite have the venom that you would have expected for a free kick from that distance, and perhaps if it did, it would have given Neto a few more problems in the Bournemouth goal. As the Cherries move forward now with Kluivert out towards Tavernier, right hand side inside the box, gets a better of Robinson, edge of the area, unleashes an effort on his left foot, cleared away by Fulham in the end. Bournemouth regather possession on the halfway with Zabani. Now Sensai. Uatara in possession. Forward it goes on that left hand side. Tavernier racing to keep the ball in play. He knew he couldn't put the cross in, and so back heels it out of play, so the damage was a throw-in and not a goal kick. 59 minutes on the clock. It's Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Sabani in possession, just inside the Fulham half, plays it back towards his goalkeeper Neto, who's got Pereira keeping chase, launches it for the first time out towards the right hand side, deep inside the Fulham half, but it's picked up by Anthony Robinson, lays it out towards Kearney on the left, back now towards Tosin Adoa by Oyo. This is now Anthony Robinson for Fulham. Forward it goes in towards the possession of Pereira. Robinson once more inside his own half, and it goes back in towards the possession of Calvin Bassi. Kearney out towards Palinia, and this is Iwobi, goes out towards Decordova Reid, loses out before finding Kenny Tete, and now Bournemouth drive forward at will. Semenyo moving infield, inside the area he goes, he's brought down on the challenge of Palinia, appeals for a penalty, have been granted, and Bournemouth have a spot kick right on the hour mark. It was Palinia with a clumsy challenge, and it is the Cherries who have a golden opportunity to double their lead. Semenyo driving his way forward, moving infield from the left-hand side towards the centre, moves inside the box, was assessing his options, perhaps just stalled on his feet a little bit, and then Palinia with a shove from behind, a clumsy push, and Bournemouth have a penalty. You get the sense that this is a golden opportunity for Dominic Solanke to make it 12 Premier League goals of the season. You'd assume it'll be him over the ball, but at the minute it's Tavernier who has the ball in his hand. Solanke popping himself just in behind, but Leno is going to receive the game's first yellow card for some protestations towards the delivery of the spot kick from the referee, Tim Robinson. So Dominic Solanke over the spot kick for Bournemouth. 61.5 minutes on the clock. Bournemouth 1, Fulham 0. He's going to strike it on his right foot. The whistle goes from the referee. Solanke inhales, exhales, trippy little run up, and it is a dozen Premier League goals for the season for Dominic Solanke as he sends Bernd Leno the wrong way in towards the bottom right hand corner. The penalty goes, and Bournemouth lead by 2-0, 62 minutes in. It's a dirty dozen for Dominic Solanke, and Bournemouth double their lead. He sends Leno the wrong way. Leno dives to his right. Solanke puts the ball down to his right. Outfoxes the Fulham goalkeeper to double Fulham's advantage. And the Cherries may be picking up another victory. It would be their 6th victory in 7 matches. And are beginning to harbour the tag as the form team in the competition. I was reading some comments from some quarters saying that Bournemouth could be a side that could mount a late challenge for one of the European spots in the second half of the season. Well, it's form like this which will give them every chance of doing so. A few weeks after some people thought that they could be desperately in a relegation scrap. Well, Fulham looking to gain the ball back. It goes out of play for Bournemouth throw. Meanwhile, whilst we've had some excitement here, there's also been some drama over at Bramall Lane because Sheffield United have equalised against Luton Town, 1-1 in that one. Goal in the 61st minute, and it was Ollie McBurney with the goal for Sheffield United to level up in that one. Well, it was James McAtee who played a simple square pass into the feet of Ollie McBurney in the box, who composed himself and lashed the ball into the middle of the goal. So Sheffield United 1, Luton Town 1 at Bramall Lane. Elsewhere in the Premier League, you can listen to that one and our other live offering on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Meanwhile, in the Championship, a couple of other goals to report to you. Huddersfield 2-0 to the good against Blackburn Rovers, that one at the John Smiths. Don't forget, later on tonight, Portman Road, Ipswich Town against Leicester City, 7:45. That one, you can follow that on the Flash Score app. Bournemouth ready to make a couple of changes. Sinistera, and it looks like Billing could be coming on here very shortly. Well, they have the ball on the halfway. Dominic Solanke in possession on the left-hand side. Fulham have the ball on the half, out on the right. Moving forward now is Kearney, driving infield for the middle, two up against him, and it goes towards Decordova-Reid. Towards Kearney on the edge of the box, slips in, Paulinho inside the area, towards the byline he goes, looking to thread it through along the line towards Irobi at the near post, who has a bit of a back-heeled effort, but it is straight at Neto in the Bournemouth goal. It's Kearney who slips through Paulinho, does well to keep it in play, lays it along the line, but it is straight the Bournemouth keeper. 25 minutes to go. Bournemouth leading Fulham at the Vitality by 2-0 as Plymouth Argyle equalise at the Cardiff City Stadium. It is Cardiff 2, Plymouth 2 in that one in the Championship. All the EFL goals across the Championship, League 1 and 2 can be viewed on the Flash Score app. As Bournemouth had possession 10 yards from the edge of opposition territory. In fact, it goes all the way back to Neto inside his own goal from Scott out on the left-hand side. In towards the possession of Uatara now, who's got Decordova-Reid for company inside his own half. Sensai lays it along the line. And now Zabani, forward it goes, first time over the top, in towards Dominic Solanke, inside the air, brings it down, Solanke with the shot, but Bassi comes back well, good recovery, won the storm in his track, but Solanke picks it up second time. And then Clivert goes down to the ground. Bournemouth appeal for a second penalty, but that one's not going to be given by Tim Robinson. So down on the ground is Clivert. The Fulham play on. Eyes on Tim Robinson to stop play. But Fulham move forward with Pereira. He's got Robinson out on the left-hand side, and this really would infuriate the home faithful if Fulham score here. Robinson, left side, edge of the box. He's got two for company, goes back into the path for Pereira. Of course, goes in towards the penalty area. It's headed away by Bournemouth and picked back up by Kenny Tete on the right-hand flank, in towards the possession of Bassi. Now Paulinho in possession. Goes out towards Andreas Pereira. Robinson, left side, edge of the box, has got Smith for company. Comes off of Smith before then falling towards Pereira. This is now Iwobi towards Robinson, who's got Clive for company back on his feet. Paulinho lays the ball along the line on his right foot. Toes in a Bayo. Now Kenny Tete, 25 from goal, lays it along that right-hand side towards Decordova-Reid. Nice little passing play this from Fulham, but Bournemouth now putting on a bit more of a spurt in terms of a press. Bassi, ball being brought back to around 40 yards from goal. Goes out towards the left and goes out towards Iwobi. He's about 30 yards out. He's got Robinson out to the left, but he moves infield and slips in Pereira. Inside the area, he's got Scott for company. And the ball goes out of play, and it's going to be a corner kick to Fulham as Sheffield United put themselves 2-1 to the good against Luton Town. We'll give you more on that in just a second. It is a Fulham corner. It's going to be taken by Andreas Pereira on the left-hand side. It's going to be a right-footed in-swinging delivery in towards the near post, flicked on, but out of play it goes. It was Muniz who got his head to it, but cleared out of play by Bournemouth for another Fulham corner on the left-hand side. 68.5 minutes gone. Bournemouth leading Fulham by 2-0. It's going to be Andreas Pereira to take the corner. Again on the left flank, and again to be taken on his right foot. Played short this time in towards the path of Decordova-Reid. Out towards Kearney in the centre. Cross goes in on the edge of the box. Headed away, but falls for Kearney again. Pereira getting the better of Clivert. Cross goes in on his left foot. Flicked up by Paulinho. It's going to be cleared away by Semenya, but falls back for Bassi. Inside the Muniz with a volley on his right foot, but it is straight to Neto in the Bournemouth goal. Well, they're just beginning to create opportunities now, Fulham, who, has to be said, they've been quite pensive in this second half. It was quite an even opening half to the encounter. You could say maybe at times Fulham shaded it, but that goal from Clivert right on the cut of half-time has just seemingly knocked the stuffing out of them in the second half, where they've been second best, and Dominic Solanke from the penalty spot adding a second. Tete doing well to intercept. Kenny with possession on the edge of his own penalty area. 20 minutes to go. Bournemouth lead Fulham by 2-0. As I say, Justin Clive with the first, but it was a goal really made by Alex Scott, driving through the middle, getting the better of 4 or 5 Fulham defenders before then slipping through Clive out on the left-hand side, in space, inside the penalty area, starting the ball past Bertinelli. Perhaps question marks over the fact that he could have got to that as it nestled into the bottom right-hand corner. And then the second one coming from the penalty spot, Dominic Solanke in the 62nd minute. Putting it into the bottom right-hand corner, sending the Fulham goalkeeper the wrong way, and that is why we're in the position that we're in the final 20 minutes of this one. Reminder, they will have Burnley up against Liverpool from 5:30, and Aston Villa trip to Old Trafford to face Manchester United from 8. And in our other 3 o'clock commentary, Sheffield United now find themselves in front for the first time against Luton Town. And it is Ahmedhodzic with the goal for Blades in that one in the 69th minute. Fired the rebound inside the right post after the ball broke to him inside the penalty area. There was a VAR check as Robinson played the ball in towards the penalty area, cleared away by Bournemouth. Yeah, there was a VAR check on that goal, but the decision wants to stick with the goal and stick with the decision on field. Nothing so it should be chalked off as both sides look to make changes. Timothy Castagna to come on for Fulham, but first the Bournemouth change, which we'll see Nelson Semenyo be replaced by Luis Sinisterra, and Justin Cliver also coming off, the scorer of the first, and he's going to be replaced by Philip Billing. Meanwhile, Fulham change, it's going to be Kenny Tete to come off for Timothy Castagna. Straight swap in the right back position. And I don't know what's happened here, but fourth officials getting some slack from the Fulham bench. I'm a bit lost. Harry Wilson's come on as well to replace Bobby De Cordova-Reid. I don't quite know what's happened there. I will get to the bottom of that, but that felt very confusing. I don't know what that was all about as Fulham move their way forward. It is Castagna, is his first impact on the game. It's put a cross into the box, but it's going to fall straight towards Neto in the Bournemouth goal. So interesting one, that has to be said. So 4 substitutions in the 73rd minute, 73rd minute, shall I say. Ball one back by Tavernier, but then reclaimed straight away by Palhinha out towards the path of Iwobi. Palhinha once more for Fulham. Ball on the halfway and in towards the possession of Bassi, who plays it in towards the path of Adara Bayoyo. Forward it goes, but snuffed out by the substitute Billing. Now moving forward, here's Sinisterra for Bournemouth on the left hand side, moving in field again, the better of his fellow substitute on the opposition, Harry Wilson, who then laid it out in towards the possession of Tavernier on the edge of the box, who has an effort on his left foot which goes wild over the goal. It gives the manager an opportunity to give a round of applause, but nothing more than that. Meanwhile, in the Championship, Southampton have added a third against Swansea. Ryan Fraser with the strike there. Huddersfield 3-0 to the good against Blackburn, and Rotherham now 1 up on Middlesbrough at the New York Stadium as tension just begin to flare. Now there's an incident here where Bert Leno has basically snatched the ball off of the ball boy and has then given the ball boy a shove. It raised the tensions amongst the Bournemouth fans and has now boiled things over on the pitch. The Fulham keeper obviously not happy with how slow the ball boy was giving the ball over to him, but so he looks stunned, and now getting a little bit of having a chat with one of the stewards. But Leno cutting some slack from the Bournemouth fans. Sinistera has possession now, driving for the middle. He's got options out towards his left, options either side. Lays it in towards Tavernier on the right hand side. It's a heavy touch. Now this is Smith in towards the possession back now of Zabarni. Now played in towards the possession of James Tavernier. Moves it inside on the right hand side, plays it in towards the box with his left foot. This is Philip Billing now, goes back into the path of Tavernier, back to goal. It's Solanke, looks to have a backheeled effort, cleared away, but it's going to fall for Christie, who has an effort, but Palinia gets there and snuffs it out and cleared away. Out of play for Bournemouth throw, who are threatening a third quite considerably. Leveller at Bramall Lane. It's Sheffield United 2, Luton Town 2. Quite the game in that one. You can listen to that elsewhere on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service this afternoon. Don't forget Burnley against Liverpool and Manchester United against Aston Villa to come as we enter the final quarter of an hour here at the Vitality. Bournemouth lead Fulham by 2-0. Fulham looking to get their way back into the game. They've got a free kick out on the right hand side, 15 yards from the edge of the Bournemouth half, and Bassi has possession in the middle, driving past Billing. He's got Tavernier next up against him. Plays it along the line towards Robinson, and now Palinio in possession. Goes out to Adada Bayoyo, who's got Dominic Solanke for company. Solanke drawing in the foul. Free kick to Fulham, taken quick and short to Kearney, and out now towards Bassi, 10 yards from the edge of the Bournemouth half. In terms of the possession stats in this game, Fulham 58% compared to the 42% of Bournemouth. It's a Robinson own goal that's levelled that one at Bramall Lane. We'll get more on that in just a second or two. In fact, we can get back to that in just a second. We will get back to that. 78.5 minutes gone. You can listen to that game in its entirety on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Ball lofted over the top again for Bournemouth out on their left hand side. Castagna hooks it away, although the referee did signal for a free kick prior, so Fulham do manage to keep possession. It goes all the way back to Leno, who's getting booed with every single touch that he gets now. This is Bassi, goes back to Leno once more. In terms of final third passes, well, Fulham have had exactly double, 104 in comparison to Bournemouth's 52, but it's been what Bournemouth have done in the key areas that's been the difference in this one. That's why they lead 2-0. Pereira lofted over the top, looking to find its way in towards Rodrigo Muniz, hooked away by Zabarni for Bournemouth. Goes out for a throw-in, and we're going to make another change, and they're going to bring on Fori Bolatore, the Senegalese. And it also looks like they might be bringing on Carlos Vinicius as well. There's referee is having a chat with one of the Bournemouth coaching staff and one of the stewards as well. I think this is to do with the Bernd Leno incident, and I think it's to do with the speed in which the balls are being retrieved by the ball stewards. Now, a couple of members of the Fulham coaching staff have made their thoughts clear on it, and I think it goes back to that incident involving Bernd Leno a few moments ago. You actually look at the incident, and it's very often a case that they will tell the ball supervisor, if you're the home team, if you're leading, to slow it down, and that's exactly what happened there. And just It's led to a couple of unsavoury scenes as what the head steward, following the advice of the referee, has just had a chat with, I'm assuming, the people in charge with the ball kids. Well, Leno in possession, who is again getting a resounding booing. This is Tom Kearney. I've got to say, this is a first for me, that. Ball lofted out in towards the path of Andoni Robertson on the left-hand side. This is Harry Wilson. Goes out in towards the possession of Adara Bayoyo. Snuffed out by Bournemouth and snuffed out by Uatara, who turns on the halfway on the left-hand side and now billing midway inside the Fulham half. Again on the left-hand side. He looks up and then plays it back out to Uatara again. This is Scott. Goes out towards Smith on the right-hand flank. And Luton have got themselves in front again. 3-2. They lead against Sheffield United at Bramall Lane. We'll get to that goal in just a second. See, two hams in the dying stages here. 9 minutes to go. Bournemouth lead Fulham by 2-0. A goal either side of half-time is the difference for the Cherries in this one. It was Justin Kluivert with the opener. A minute before the break, it was an excellent individual run by Alex Scott, who then played it in towards Kluivert's path on the left-hand side. The second come from the penalty spot from Dominic Solanke, who's in possession now inside the penalty area. Solanke lays it back, looking to find Billing, cleared away by Palinia for Fulham. Picked back up by Smith, but the flag has gone up for offside. And they've now moved the ball boys from the side of the pitch back into the stands. Ball from the halfway through the middle, getting the better of 4 or 5 Fulham defenders for laying the ball out in towards Kluivert's path. There could be question marks as to whether Burt just shook his hand and, you know, sees of all goodwill and all of that, and then apologises to the Bournemouth spectators, although I'm not sure that's going to rekindle much of the built-up hatred. Anyway, a couple of changes for Fulham. Off comes Andreas Pereira and Tom Kearney, as does Anthony Robinson. And they're going to be replaced by Bonatori, Lukic and Vinicius Jr. So Fulham having used all 5 of their allotted substitutions. They have the ball on the halfway with Iwobi. So Luton leading Sheffield United 3-2 in our other commentary game on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. And Bristol City have made it 4-1 against Watford at Vicarage Road. Bournemouth with their way forward on the left-hand side, snuffed out in the end by Bassi. Goes all the way back to Leno between the sticks, who launches it forward first time. Ball in the area, cleared away for finding Solanke. They appeal for a handball, not given. Falls for Scott. In towards Solanke inside the area here for Bournemouth. There's 2 up against him. Goes back into the path for Smith. Solanke, edge of the area. Hasn't really got anywhere really to turn and move. He plays it back in towards the half of Tavernier. And in towards the area it goes once more. Tavernier turning, 2 up against him. Cleared away by Paulinia. 1 back by Irobi. Fulham just keeping possession inside their own half. As Southampton had a 4th against Swansea. 4-0 they lead in that one. Luton leading Sheffield United 3-2, courtesy of 2 Sheffield United own goals. When it rains, it really does pour, doesn't it? Well, this is Paulinia. Back in towards the possession of Batty. Adada Bayoyo. Bassi once more. 85.5 minutes on the clock. Fulham 2 goals down against Bournemouth. Striking either half, giving Cherries a 2-0 lead here, and on the cusp of a 6th Premier League win in 7. They would continue what is a fairly good Boxing Day record as the ball goes into the penalty area, but held in the end by Neto. And it would mean that Fulham have kind of got a bit of a London voodoo. London sides have lost just one of the last 16 away games at Bournemouth. The only side that has lost in that time was Fulham at the Vitality last season. It was a 2-1 win for the Cherries on that particular occasion, and defeat here would mean that Fulham would be about to win in their last 8 away league games since beating Everton by 1-0 on the opening day of the season. 3 minutes to go. Bournemouth 2, Fulham 0 here in the Premier League on the Flash Score Live audio commentary. So it's potentially a big goal at the K-Com, where it is Hull City 0, Sunderland 1 in the 82nd minute. Jack Clark with the goal for the visitors there as Bournemouth make a change. It's going to see the introduction of David Brooks for Tavernier. We have 2 minutes to go of normal time. He'll be introduced into proceedings. So 2 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Bournemouth 2, Fulham 0. Fulham in possession with the substitute Lukic on the left-hand side. 5 yards inside the Bournemouth half. Crossfield ball looking to find Castagna out on the right. Heavy one. And so it goes out of play, and it's going to be a throw into Bournemouth on the left as they move forward. Reminder that coming up later on, we're going to be bringing you Burnley against Liverpool and Aston Villa trip to Old Trafford to take on Manchester United. And don't forget, big game in the EFL Championship as well tonight. Ipswich Town against Leicester City as the ball moves into the penalty. Look at that, Brooks at nearly found a third there for Bournemouth. Nearly had the instant impact to a Sinisterra with the course. It was almost the 2 substitutes combining. Leonard come charging out of the Fulham goal. Fine for Fulham on their on their left side. So substitute Ballatore. Now out towards Lukic. Camped towards the edge of their own penalty area. Managed to move the ball upfield, but dispossessed is Muniz, and this is Christie now, 25 from goal. We're going to lay it out towards Solanke on the right hand side on the edge of the box. Fulham only managed to temporarily get the ball clear. Brooks back into Brooks' path in the penalty, right hand side, steps inside, has an effort at goal, but it is straight at Bert Leno between the sticks. Just over 10 seconds of normal time before stoppage time begins. There'll be a little bit of time added on. I don't think there'll be too much added on though. Same time. So we enter time added on at the end of the 90. There's going to be 6 minutes added on at the end of this one. Bournemouth leading Fulham by 2-0. Justin Kluivert with the opener a minute from the break after an excellent move from Alex Scott, weaving through the middle of the Fulham defence, getting the better of 4 or 5 defenders. Will Kluivert put the ball home? Dominic Solanke getting the second from the penalty spot in the City second minute, sending the Fulham keeper the wrong way in towards the bottom right hand corner. And that is why we are where we are now. Ball over the top, in towards the path of Brooks, who's in space inside the penalty area. Iraola is the man who pulls back. Solanke in support. Brooks moves inside, has a go for the third. It's on his left foot, but it goes wide of the target. Well, just as Fulham was trying to probe their way forward, Bournemouth an excellent ball over the top in towards the path of Brooks, who times his run to perfection, it has to be said. He's a bit of a Iraola, and then inside the area, had options to play the ball across, but he wanted the glory, he wanted to go alone. As Fulham at the other end try and put a cross into the box, but that's going to fall straight to Neto. Meanwhile, at St Mary's in the Championship, Southampton leading Swansea City by 5-0 now. Jay Adams with the fifth, putting a real gloss on the scoreline. Birmingham against Stoke City is the 5:15 kick-off from the second tier, and Ipswich against Leicester, the top two going toe-to-toe from 7:45 on Flash Score this evening. Into the third of 6 minutes added on at the end of this one. Bournemouth leading Fulham by 2-0 here at the Vitality on the Flash Score Live audio commentary service. Coventry adding a second to the scoreline against Sheffield Wednesday. 2-0 they lead there at the CBS Arena. This is Smith, plays short in towards the path of Christie. Driving forward now. Scott now in towards the path of Brooks, who's been ever so dangerous since coming on. Brooks goes out towards the left-hand side. Sinisterra, left-hand side, towards the edge of the penalty area. Moves infield. May have a shot here. Does have a shot here! And scores brilliantly! And that is going to seal it for the Cherries. A superb goal from Sinisterra has sealed the points. And it will be a 6th win in 7 for AFC Bournemouth. It's 3-0, and that's that. Well, that was a Boxing Day cracker. From Luis Sinisterra. Brooks bringing the ball in from the left side, in towards the middle, laid it out towards the left, in towards Sinisterra, moved himself inside, in the centre, shapes a shoot on his right foot, clean through the laces, and into the top right hand corner. Bernardo left with no chance, no keeper saving that one. And that will wrap it up nicely for Bournemouth on Boxing Day. Forward it goes towards the halfway, and Fulham now beaten. No, they're now beaten, but will still go full health, have full lever. This is Ballatore. Now back in towards the possession of Alex Iwobi. Inside the penalty area it goes, cleared away by Sensai. And now further cleared by Smith on the right side for Bournemouth. Ball down on the halfway by Calvin Bassey. And now in towards the possession of the substitute Lukic. Out in towards the path of Wilson. Now Tosin Adarabioyo. Cleared one back though by Bournemouth and by Sinisterra, who added the third in the third minute of second half stoppage time. And it really is bouncing now at the Vitality. Bournemouth right on the cusp of what would be a 6th win in 7. Beaten in 8. Things are looking great, and maybe looking upwards for the second half of the Premier League season as the ball goes back into the path of Neto from a Fulham free kick on the right hand side. Just under a minute they need to see out to secure that win. And you can see that the hard work on the training ground, and one of the reasons for the change in management was to adapt to a new style of play, to adapt to what they said was a style of football that fans would want to come and watch week in, week out. Well, it really has been swashbuckling at times for the Cherries. Some thought the decision to sack Gary O'Neill could be one they could live to regret, but they're certainly looking at the benefits of their new manager now, aren't they? As we enter time beyond added time. The 6 minutes are up, and surely that will be that. And that will be that. And Bournemouth with 3 goals, still 3 points, and they pick up another win to the Cherries. It's their 6th in their last 7. They're now unbeaten in 8. And they really are picking up form and really kicking on gears heading into the second half of the season. It was capped off beautifully by Luis Sinisterra in second half stoppage time. A superb curled effort into the top right hand corner from the edge of the penalty area. Bournemouth got their second midway through the second half. Palhinha's foul led to a penalty dispatched by Dominic Solanke. The first, well, that was superb. It was Alex Scott who drove through the Fulham defence in the middle, laid it out towards Justin Kluivert on the left hand side, who put the ball home to make the first goal. But it is 3 goals and 3 points for Bournemouth, and they give them fans a real Christmas gift. It finishes here at the Vitality Stadium. Bournemouth 3, Fulham 0.